All right, Super Street, find your dance partner and come on down the hill. Stock, I'm going to be calling you in just a moment. Stock, I'll be calling you in just a moment. Super Street, if you are not here yet, you are at risk of missing the round. All right, the track is ready. The crew is in place. Now we just need race cars. Again, Super Street, find your dance partner and come on down. It's time to go racing. All right, I see somebody coming on down. They are the next contestant on The Race is Right. Come on, Super Streeters. About to call the next class, Super Street. Come on down. Stock Eliminator round 3. We'll take you to the staging lanes, please. Stock Eliminator round 3. We'll take you to the lanes for pairing, please. Stock Eliminator round 3. Bring your cars to the lanes for pairing, please. Stock Eliminator round 3 to the lanes. And we'll see how it's going to be this morning. We have had some very different weather conditions over the past 3 days. We have had overcast and crazy wind, tail ahead. Yesterday was warm and humid with a circulating wind, and this morning it is cool, it is drier, and it is hazy. Not cloudy, sun's up, but it's a little hazy. So here we go. Rodney Pickens left side, the popcorn salesman from Omaha and the Bird. And James Wilson, the delivery driver and the sandbagger. Oh, and they're on him this morning. 004, 016, the reaction times. I got a feeling this morning might be a get behind situation. And it is. How about James Wilson off the trailer, 004 and dead 6 to be 10 total. And that is a lap. Pickens, 16, take 13 to break it out. 19, he was locked out. 16 up front, and he had no chance as Wilson puts together a 10-pack, and we're off and running on the final day. Next up, Emily Novak. Coming up in the Camaro second-gen machine right side from Fairfax, the college professor, and Michael Chitty, the trash man, the 67 Camaro. Throttle stops are off here. Chitty in control, but he breaks it out, and Novak goes dead zero and gets it done. I said this might be a morning of get behind, and that's what we've seen thus far. 2 of 2. The car that crosses second gets the win light. Novak 34 dead zero to be 34 total. Chitty was 7. Took 49 to break it out. 76. Needed to take 37 or less. The Falcon, driven by Brad Frederick, the Immaculate Vibes machine. And the vibes have been immaculate thus far as he took 2024 off, and he's back on track here in 2025 to do some damage in the Falcon from Nebraska, right side of the racetrack. The Fox Body Mustang, the hatchback, that is Chris Bombard from Watkins, Colorado, the journeyman electrician, CNC calibration machine. as they're dialed in and ready to go. Another great reaction time. Let's see if it will pay off for a win. It's kind of hard to win with a good reaction time right now because you know you hit it and you want to take the stripe. And Frederick gets it done. Double 02, take 27 to be 6'9" above. Runner-up time, Bombard missed the tree a little bit. He was identical to his first round light, a 51, so he gave up 49 off the hit, and it was the disadvantage he could not overcome. Frederick will take the Falcon into round number 3. Stock Eliminator, round 3. Take you to the staging lanes, please. Super Comp, you are on standby. Super Comp, you are on standby. Next up, Jerry Jones, the G-Body on the right side of the racetrack. He's been out here the last 2 weekends and done pretty well. Trying to maneuver through the rounds today on the right side of the racetrack. And on the left side, the Chevy 2 wagon, little Nova wagon. That is Brad Schultz from Brillion, Wisconsin, the D3 runner. Jones out of Indianola, Iowa. When he's not racing, he's fixing snowplows. When it's not snowing, he's fixing plows that do other things. Schultz is now doing the chasing. And he's doing the winning. Good drag race. Schultz, 16 up front, take 007 to be 4 above 3. Runner-up time for Jones, 91.2 on the 90, but he was slightly late off the starting line. The 50 reaction time was not close enough. Schultz gets the win as he locks out Jones. Greg Pickens coming up right side, and Vince LaRue left side. Pickens, Nebraska racer, in the Camaro, the 98 model machine, and Vince LaRue, the 70 Nova from Redland, Iowa. And we've got a good race here. Just a few thousand separate them. Who's going to run closer to the index? Boop, 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 and Pickens gives up the stripe and takes the win. LaRue got there by 89 to break it out by 32 as Pickens cut him loose and goes 10.95 for the dub. LaRue had a slightly better reaction time, but too far under the number and needed to close the gap at the top end. Takes a little bit much, and Pickens will move on to round 3. Ryan Locke, right side. The Sullivan Home Loans Camaro. And on the left side, Jacob Smutney. Smutney in the 67 Camaro left side. The vinyl top. Final call, stock eliminator. Final call, stock eliminator. Need you to the lanes, please. Stock eliminator, final call, stock eliminator. And a red light start for Smutney. Ryan Locke, the Indianapolis-based racer, will get the win. He didn't crush the tree. 40 light for Locke, and he'll get a free time trial. He'll go 10.88.6. Smutney goes 10.87.8 after the 15 red. Final call, stock. Super Comp, be calling you momentarily. Super Comp will be calling you momentarily. Be ready, Super Comp. Again, racers, it's rolling quickly this morning, so be ready to go. If you know your class is coming up, be locked in and ready to roll. Valerie Chitty, right side. John Miller, left. Valerie in the late model Camaro. Miller in the Pontiac. The 90 Trans Am from Waterloo, and the 2010 Camaro from Grimes. And a red light start for Miller. Chitty is 003. And Valerie will stop the clocks 95-0. So has the light nailed. We'll pick the car up a little bit. Valerie moves on to round 3 after the red light start from Miller. Alan Bush, your next contestant on the left side of the racetrack, in the late model Nova, and Jacob Hennessy in the Chevelle right side. Except I think that's not a Chevelle right side. I think I did that yesterday. Definitely not a Chevelle right side because I see the taillights now. My computer will update when they pre-stage, and I'll tell you exactly what it is. Is it the Pontiac? I think it's the Pontiac. Le Mans? Nope, the GTO. Jason Hennessy in the GTO from Pleasant Hill. Fancies himself as a Seahorse Cowboy. Alan Bush, left side, the owner at Allen's Automotive Service. Jegs All-Star rep last year for D3. And we're clean and green. Stops come off for the big blocks. 8/1000 separate them on the let go. And the win light going to go down to Hennessy, 10.95, take 20. Runner-up time, 10.96. Difference in the race, 2 1/100ths of a second. Again, absolute final call, stock eliminator. Need you to the lanes, find your dance partner, and come on down. Absolute final call, stock eliminator. Super Comp, round 3. We'll take you to the left side of the staging lanes, please. Super Comp, round 3. We'll take you to the left side of the staging lanes, please. Super Comp. How about a 000 light for Dan, and he took 0005. Wow. Trip zip, take 5/10,000ths to barely get there in front of Vogelsang. Vogelsang was 57 and 2 above as Dan Smith crushed the Christmas tree. And then, not sure if he tried to judge the Nova or just couldn't get there, but goes 8 above, but slides in by the skin of his teeth, 5/10,000ths. Next up, Wade Samuel and Christopher Takix. Super Comp, needs you in the lanes for round 2, left side. For 1,000, separate them up front. Going to be a close race. Who's going to run the number? I think Wade can get there, and he gets there too much. Takix, 10.91.4 gets the dub. Runner-up time for Samuel, broke it out 19 thou, taking 29. Needed to take 10 or less, and Wade Samuel's weekend in Super Street is done. Terry Robinson, left side. Ricky Hill, right side. Robinson, Springdale, Arkansas runner, former Super Street champion here in the West Central. And Ricky from Gretna, Nebraska. Uh-oh. Saw one of the cars leave before the other. That's going to be a big hill to climb for Ricky Hill as Robinson closing quickly and gets the win. Robinson, 19, 1 above 7 to be 36 total. Runner-up time for Hill. Took 001, but he was locked out, 86 on the bulb, and he missed it. Final pair going to be Troy Liberta in the Corvette left side from Minnesota and John Hellman in the Nova on the right side. Liberta, 73 Corvette, the Office Furniture Solutions and Garage B Family Racing entry, and John Hellman, also Garage B Family Racing, Minnesota racer, and a 008 red line start for Liberta, so Hellman will get the win. Nova going to go down to a 1085, 1088 for Liberta. If Liberta would have turned it green, it would have been a tough race for him to lose, but he's 8 red, Hellman 40 up front and 5 under, gets the win line. And we're going to do a quick spin with the trusty tractor here and get ready to go with Stock Eliminator round 3. Super Comp, round 2. We will take you to the left side. Super Stock, you are on standby. Super Stock, you are on standby. Super Comp, we will take you to the left side of the staging lanes for round 2 pairing. Super Comp. We'll take you to the lanes now, please. Supercom. All right, appreciate stock rolling down the hill. They are ready to go. We are going to park the tractor and get after it. Byron going to come out first, David Bayers. Super Comp, second call, need you to the lanes. Super Comp, need you to the lanes, please. For round 2 pairings. Super Comp, need you to the lanes for round 2 pairings. Find your dance partner and lock in. So David Bayers earned the bye run on the ladder, and we'll take the Hurst Olds down the racetrack on a solo mission to move into round 4. Not a bad way to start your day with a time trial. The D-Stock automatic machine. Bayers is 11 on the leave. And goes 1078. John Korish coming up left side, the A-Stick Proline Automotive Copo, and Dale Findell, the Mopar on the right side. 1194 going to be the dial-in for Findell, 1014 the dial-in for Korish. Just a little over a 3-light handicap. Or basically just over one side of the Christmas tree. So again, Super Comp needs you to the left side of the staging lanes. Third and final call, Super Comp needs you to the left side of the staging lanes, please. And Dale Findell couldn't hold back the power any longer and goes 10 red. Korish is red right behind him. And Korish will go down to a 1007 and an 1187 as the first 2 stalkers to go down side by side are both 7 and 8 under on the dials. Dale Boreski, left side, and the 442 Olds drop top. 1122, the dial in for the E-Stock automatic entry of Boreski, Illinois-based racer. And on the right side, the Pontiac Trans Am. That belongs to Michael Lund, the 96 Firehawk. So not a Trans Am, but close enough. 1038 the dial in for the Formula. As they will carefully stage. Locked in and ready. Lund puts it on the bars, and we're away. 2 100ths the difference. Going to be a good drag race. Boreski and Lund. Double, oh, no, breakout left side, and one above 7 on the right, giving up the stripe. Boreski Took 40 to break it out 0.03 of a second. Needed to take 37 or less. Lund, 10:39 on the 38, and we'll move on to round 4. Superstock, round 2. We'll take you to the right side, please. Superstock, round 4. We'll take you to the right side. Bruce Castle in the Cougar left side. 11:21 dialed in. Ryan Corish in the Proline Camaro right side. Oh, a couple of good reaction times here. 24 and 33. Less than 100th. Difference up front. And the win light here going to go to Castle. Dropped anchor and gets the win. 24 to be 5 above. Runner-up time Corish. 33. Take 49 to break it out a thousandth. Needed to take 48 or less. Corish takes a bit too much stripe, and by 1/1000th of a second, his day ends. Superstock round 2. Take you to the staging lanes, please. Superstock round 2, right side. James Tolston, right side, in the E-Stick GTO, and Denny Nelson in the early model Mustang, left side. Nelson, 1010, Tolston, 1068. And a red light start for Nelson. Tolston stands the GTO on its end. And we'll get the W going, 1074 on the 68. Runner-up time, 1061 as Nelson aborts the pass. Paul Anderson in the For Sale Malibu left side. K-Stock automatic entry. Trista Finner, the B-Stick Nova. Paul Anderson, the K-Stock Automatic Malibu. 10:55 the dial in for Trista. 12:30 for Paul, so he'll get just over a 3-light handicap or one side of the Christmas tree. Gonna be another good race. Finner pulling the gears. 4/1000 separate him at the hit. The win light going to go to Finner. 1060. She gave up the stripe. And for the third race in a row, Anderson gets there first. Broke it out 9,000, taking 70. Needed to take 61 or less. Couldn't judge the Nova coming around down there. And Finner will move on to round 4. It's again, Super Comp. If you're not in the lanes, you are at risk of missing the round. Super Stock, round 2. Need you to the right side. Supercomp, find your dance partner and come on down the hill. Chris Knudsen left side, Lynn Smith right. The A-Stick Camaro and the E-Stock Automatic GTO. Knudsen pulling second gear. And the win light here, going to go to Knudsen. 49. And 9 above. Lynn Smith was a little later off the starting line and then aborted the run. Only crossed the finish line at 104 miles per hour. Not sure if that was mechanical failure or Knudsen had already caught him. Either way, Knudsen advances to the next round. Brian Heath won a heads up in second round. He's back in the wheel standing Chevelle right side with a 1020 on the boards. And an 11:31 for Troy Vogel, the Indianola, Iowa-based racer, the farm manager in the 72 Pontiac GTO. Vogel going to lead first. Oh no, and Brian Heath just rolls the beams. The first bulb came on and the car pushed through. Vogel will get a freebie. 11:27, tough break for Brian Heath after that heads-up win last night. He finds himself leaving on the first bulb and out in round 3. Again, Superstock, round 2 will take you to the back of the staging lane, Superstock. Logan Warnett, right side, in the Belvedere. Mike St. Clair from Arvada, Colorado, left side. Wheels towards the sky. Here comes St. Clair, and St. Clair leaves 9,000ths of a second too early. Warnett crushed it. 002 for the Belvy. And then he'll abort the run to go 11:21 as Warnett knocked the bottom out of the tree and moves on. Your number 1 qualifier coming up right side, the iStick Camaro. 11:30 dialed in, left side Drew Whalen. The Pontiac, 10:47, what he says it'll run. And Randy Wells drops the clutch too early, and Drew Whalen will advance. 12 up front for the Pontiac, and the Firebird will stop the clocks at a 10:41. Wells goes 11:31, but he dumped the clutch a little soon. 30 red. All right, Super Comp, come on down. We need you to the front of the staging lane. Super Comp, find your dance partner and roll this way. Super Stock, round 2, third call. Need you to the right side of the staging lanes, please. Super Stock, round 2, third and final call. Super Comp, let's roll. Well, I see a couple Super Compers trying to think about moving. Come on, Super Comp. As we wait for Super Comp to roll down the hill, I will apologize for my scratchy voice this morning. Announcing nonstop for 6 of the last 10 days, and the Canadian wildfire smoke, and really just my own poor life choices. This is what we get. It ain't much, but it's an honest living. Appreciate Superstock hustling up and making the call. Super Gas, be on standby. Super Gas, be on standby. Super Gas, round 2 will take you to the left side. Super Gas, round 2 will take you to the left side of the staging lanes, please. Super Gas, round 2 will take you to the left side. Super Gas, round 2 pairings to the left side, please. And here we go with round 2 Supercom. Chris Mitchell on the right side of the racetrack. The all-blue dragster. We'll get his car pre-staged. Left side, the Meyer Racing entry of Mark Meyer from Fulton, Illinois. The throwback dragster. And Mitchell draws the red light, met the tree, and his weekend comes to an end. Mark Meyer will advance with an 889.2. Tough break for Mitchell as he's dead on 0, but he left 19 thousandths too early. Looks like he met the light. Marty Brown coming up, the Russ Brown Motorsports entry on the right side of the racetrack. And Mr. Stevens on the left side. A couple of D5 runners here. Again, final call, Super Stock. First call, Super Gas. Technically second, I suppose. Super Gas. Jeff Stevens from Greenwood, Nebraska, U.S. Postal Service worker, and Marty Brown, the maintenance mechanic from Carmen, Illinois. And a 005 red light start for Marty Brown. Jeff Stevens, 003 green. And Stevens will roll left side with a 17 total package. Stevens, 003, 1 above 4. Good lap for Stevens to move on to round 3. Brown, 5 red and 4 above. Rick Milanazzo, your 2024 Super Comp champion here in the West Central. Right side of the racetrack. And Kayla Pontillo, Kenosha, Wisconsin-based racer on the left side. This should be a good race here. Milanazzo out of Colorado. Pontillo out of Wisconsin. Super Gas, left side of the staging lane, Super Gas preparing. Appreciate Super Stock getting up here and finding their partners. And we've got some green lights. Both drivers a little later off the starting line, but we're close. 17 thousandths difference up front. Who's going to run the number? Win light going to go to Pontillo. 76, take 009 to be 3 above. Milanazzo 59 and 5 above to end up 9 thousandths behind. Both drivers missed the index a little and missed the tree a little. Pontillo comes out on top. Phil Unruh, the Special Metals Dragster, right side of the racetrack, Kansas-based racer, and Corbin Kairola on the left side from Minnesota. Should be another good race here, Phil Unruh. One of the best super class racers to do it, and Corbin Kairola, the up-and-comer, the young man on the left side. The wily veteran and the young hotshot. Oh, we've got a good one here, 13 and 19 as they let go. And the win line going to go to Kairola. Wow, what a race. Corbin is 13 and 16 thou under to give up the stripe by 2 10,000ths. Unruh is 19 and 22 thousandths under. That was going to be one of those races where you needed to get behind. Corbin got behind by 2 10,000ths of a second and gets the win. Kevin Dick, right side. And Chris Whitfield left. Should be another good one here. Kevin Dick had a pretty good 2025 or 2024 campaign from Canada. And Chris Whitfield, always tough, and he's been on a heater to start 25 in the Go Fast dialed in details entry. Whitfield out of Colorado. Kevin Dick out of East St. Paul, Manitoba, Canada. And a red light start for Dick. He's 10 red. Whitfield, 008 green. And we'll go down to an 878. Whitfield might have been holding a few or a dozen. Either way, 878 gets the time trial. Dick was 10 red and 5 under. Another one of those young hotshot racers that has been off to a great start this year, that is Jordan Pratt. Left side. Picked up a win last week in the National Open. Picked up a win a few weeks ago in St. Louis in Supercomp as he dusted off the Supercomp Dragster after spending a couple of years in Super Street and has picked up right where he left off. Right side of the racetrack, the Johnson entry. Charles Johnson from Blaine, Minnesota, the UPS driver. We're green and away. Jay Pratt, 008, dead 0. Strong. 8 total. Took 34. Probably took a little more than he wanted to. Johnson dropped anchor and tried to feed him the stripe, and boy, it almost worked. Pratt dead on 0. Johnson 32 and 1 above 0 on the brakes, but it wasn't quite enough. Pratt got out of the throttle just enough to take the win with an 8-pack. Jeremy Lurkey, Larice Motorsports Insurance Machine, with Kerry watching on intently. Right side of the racetrack, the Nebraska racer. On the left side, Scott Bombard, Colorado-based runner. From Watkins, the 22 Spitzer machine. And Lurkey out of Omaha. In his spare time, a pug whisperer. Lurkey in control as Bombard missed the tree. And Lurkey will advance 894. Runner-up time for Bombard 884 as he just flat out missed it. 166 up front, not going to get it done. Cal Belden, left side of the racetrack, was out here racing last week. Hurt some push rods. Was a struggle to get the car running by Friday, but they were able to get it done. Looks like a fuel cap came off on the right side here. For Travis Nygaard, they get that put back on. The FCT First Choice Transport machine. Will roll into the beams. Super Gas, final call. Super Gas, final call. You should be in the lane, Super Gas. Couple of hundred separate them here. Nygaard 007, double breakout. They both go 9 thousandths under, and Nygaard with a better reaction time gets the win. 889-1 a pair. Belden was 29 up front. Nygaard 007. Nygaard your winner. John Medlin left side. Kansas base racer. And Chelsea Moore. Young lady on the right side, and that's sharp looking hot rod. And Chelsea Moore draws the 19 red light, so Medlin will advance. He's 007 up front, and Medlin will go 891-6 to be 23 total. Moore, 19 red and 3 above. Our final pair before the bye run, Wade Samuel. Samuel right side from Colorado, and Craig Schultz, the Minnesota-based racer, Winona to be exact, on the left side. Final pair before Tony Pontillo will take his bye run. Round of red lights in Super Comp. 001 red for Samuel Schultz will get the win. 886. Samuel. Wade goes 001 red, dead 7. If he turns it green, it's probably his race to lose. But 1 red ends Wade's weekend, and Schultz will move on to round 3. This will be the bye run for your number 1 qualifier, Tony Pontillo. And Pontillo gets rid of the not-so-great reaction time on the bye run. And a little puff goes 886 at 174. Superstock coming out next. Super Gas. You should be in the lanes ready to go. Sportsman Motorcycle and Junior Dragsters, you are on standby. Round 1, motorcycles. Round 2, Junior Dragsters, you are on standby. You can come to the lanes whenever you are ready. Motorcycles and Junior Dragsters. We will take you to the lanes when you're ready. Top Dragster, Comp Eliminator, and Top Sportsman be on standby. Probably have you on track in around 20 to 30 minutes. Top Dragster, Competition Eliminator, and Top Sportsman. We're going to be heading into your classes after the juniors, so be ready to go. This is about your 20-minute warning. And here we go. Superstock round number 2. Jason DeForest coming up on the left side. In the Camaro out of Minnesota. And the Lund Cavalier on the right side. So DeForest and Lund bring their Superstockers into the lights. 9:43 dialed for DeForest, 9:44 for Lund, almost a heads-up race. James out of Bettendorf, Iowa. Oak Grove, Minnesota for DeForest. Should be a good race. Wheels up. Here we go. Six 1,000s difference off the starting line. Winlight, DeForest by 14 thou, 9:48. Runner-up time, Lund, 9:51. Good drag race, and DeForest moves on to round 3. The Aero Components machine. Here's Tyler Wodarczyk in the wheel standing, 3rd gen out of Kansas. Superstock points champion a year ago. And a 10:56 for Carroll Warling. He's been driving pretty well the last couple of weeks, gone a lot of rounds. In the Le Mans, 10:56 and 10:48 the dial-ins. Once again, we're almost heads up. Final call, Super Gas. Sportsman Motorcycle and Junior Dragsters to the lanes. Wodarczyk stands the Camaro on its end. Warling trying to hold off the charge. He's going to have to hustle. And the Winlight going to go to Wodarczyk. 24, 2 above 5 to be 49 total. Locked out Warling, who was 66 up front. Here's Norman Warling, the Plymouth. On the right side of the racetrack. No, I'm sorry. That is not Norman Warling. My apologies. I'm all over the place today. That is Russ Kramer. My apologies. Russ Kramer, Big Lake, Minnesota runner, and Mark Jenkins left side in the Cavalier. Kramer, 10:22. Jenkins, 9:44. Kramer away, and a red light start for Jenkins. He's 14 red. Kramer, 18 up front. And Kramer will go 18, 1 above 0 to be 38 total. Good lap. Off the bottom. Wyatt Wagner, former world champion, the Wagner's Classic Cars Camaro. Machine has been leaving hard, doing some of the biggest wheel stands on the property. Right side, Brad Covisto, the Pontiac GTO line performance machine. Brad says it's going to go to 11:20. And he'll get about a 1.5 head start from Wyatt Wagner, who's got a 9:66 dialed in. Sportsman motorcycles and junior dragsters to the lanes, please. Junior dragster round 2, motorcycles round 1. Top dragster, you are on standby. Less than 2 100s, your difference up front. Oh, and the win light goes to Covisto by 2 1,000ths. Brad, 43, 4 above 5, take 002. Wagner, 24 and 6 above. He might have rolled out of the throttle a little early and ended up 2,000ths on the wrong side of the finish line. And the win light goes to Covisto. Good drag race. John Jameson in the Malibu wagon. Superstock automatic machine from Iowa, and Bill Dyer, Port Byron, Illinois racer. 5 1,000ths. That is your difference up front. Jameson trying to hold off the charge. Can he do it? Yes, he can. 11:52 gets the win. Dyer couldn't run the number, goes 11:20 on the 11:10 dial, and Jameson will move on to round number 3. Larry Verriger coming up right side, the Buick. 10:57, what he says it's going to go. Mustang left side, Michael Graham from Casa Grande, Arizona, 10:14 dialed in, less than a 1 light handicap. And you can see the Verriger car move too soon, draws the red light. And Graham will advance 67 up front, and then lifts to go 10:63. Little rock cleanup on the starting line. Supergas, find your dance partner and come on down. Supergas, find your dance partner and come on down the hill. Sportsman motorcycles and junior dragsters need you to the lanes, please. Sportsman motorcycle and junior dragsters need you to the lanes, please. John Harder coming up in the Copo on the right side of the racetrack. 8:19 the dial in. I believe that is the fastest Superstocker here this weekend, the factory Superstock A entry. And Gene Mosbeck left side, 10:09 the dial in on the Plymouth Savoy from Finlayson, Minnesota. And Harder turns it red, couldn't hold the horsepower back, and Mosbeck will move on. Mosbeck down to the top end, 10:10 on the 10:09, 32 up front, good lap. Harder goes 8:14 at 171, dropping the chutes. The Galbraith Nova on the right side of the racetrack, 9:14 dialed in. And Michael Lund, third gen left side. Troy's got a 9:14 on the window out of Warsaw, occupation racer. That's the best one to have. Michael Lund, the 88 Camaro, 991. Lund going to lead first. How about a perfect reaction time and an 024? A lot of perfect reaction times this morning. Will this one be able to get a win? Yes. Lund, trip zip, 1 above 5 to be 15 total, and Galbraith was 24 on the let go and locked out. 24 and 3 under to take 12, but he had no room, and Michael Lund gets the win with the perfect light. Andy Field coming up left side, another third gen. 10:38. Going to be the dial in. Right side of the racetrack, another Copo Camaro. That is Jay Randall, the factory Superstock D entry. And a red light start for Andy Field. He left pretty darn early. Randall from Maple Grove, Minnesota, going to get the win light right side. 9:08 on the 9:14. A couple of Pontiacs up here, 4th Gen F bodies. Matt Lund right side, Fred Bartoli left side. Should be a good race here, a couple of D3 racers. Oh, we got a heads up. All right, here we go. Catch a light, first one to the finish line wins, no breakouts. Who can run closer to the number? This should be a good one. Bartoli leaves on him, and I think Bartoli might have him out horsepowered by just a bit. And Bartoli gets it done, 9:62 to go 108 under. Best pass of the weekend for Lund, 9:88. But he was behind off the starting line and just too much horsepower on the left side of the racetrack. This will be your Byron for Chuck Rose. Laddered Byron. Fine Line Madcap Top Dragster. Fine Line Madcap Top Dragster. We will take you to the right side. Fine Line Madcap Top Dragster. Round 2. We will take you to the right side, please. Fine Line Madcap Top Dragster. Round 2. We will take you to the right side. Comp Eliminator. You'll be right behind him, Comp. Chuck Rose, 38 on the buy run. And 10-13. Once again, Fine Line Madcap Top Dragster round 2. We will take you to the right side. Competition Eliminator, you'll be right behind them for quarterfinals. Next up, it will be the Super Gassers. Larry Bernshausen bringing back the dry hop, and I'm here for it. Or Bill Bernshausen, excuse me. No, it's Larry, my bad. Here for the dry hops. Aaron Monty left side in the fair lane. The Vega wagon of Bernshausen right side. And the naked eye saw one of the cars move first. We'll see what happens. Double breakout. Win light going to go to Bernshausen. 12 and 8 thou under gets the win. Runner-up time Monty 68 and 21 thousandths under. Corey Bentley left side, finished number 2 in the Super Gas points last year in the Chevy 2. Right side, Don Freese, Nebraska-based racer. Your number 1 qualifier. Bit of a pause before they roll them in. And here we go. And a red light start for Bentley. Turned it 6 red. Freese will move on. Freese, 24 and dead 0. Bentley, 6 red and 2 above 5. Next up, we've got the Canadian Mustang. Bill Causey. From Regina, Saskatchewan. And Danny Toole left side, the farmer from Jacksonville, Illinois. And we're away green. Throttle stops are off. Here we go. Danny Toole in control. And he'll get the win. 25, 1 above 9. Solid lap. Causey missed the tree, goes 2 above 2. Dale Evans and that sharp-looking hot rod right side out of Minnesota. And Jordan Juergens driving the Nygaard Vega left side. He's starting to roll some wind lights together in the Super Gas Vega. This one's going to be a challenge, though. Evans doing the chasing, and Evans doing the winning double breakout. Dale, 32, takes 17 to break it out 5. Juergens missed the tree and breaks it out 9, trying to hold him off. Oh, 4 red light start for Michael Burkhart. Jeff Crooks will get the win in the Camaro, 993. Burkhart, 4 red and 3 undo. Roger Sauter. The Hemi challenge, or the Hemi Cuda right side. Kenneth Griffiths, left side in the Corvette Roadster. Fine Line Madcap, top Dragster, round 2 to the lanes. Comp, you'll be right behind them, Comp. Top Sportsman, you're on standby. Got a good race here, 15 and 27 as they leave the starting line. Winlight Big End going to go to Sauter. Double breakout. They both go 85.7 on the 90. Sauter left first. Takes the stripe by 12 and gets the win. Next up, Rick Bowman. Chevy 2 on the right side. Daniel Moore left side, Mitchell, South Dakota racer in that orange Camaro. And Bowman, 003 red light start. Wind light going to go to Moore. $88.7 for Bowman after the red light, $87.2 for Moore, and he'll move on to round 3. Trevor Larson coming up, right trailers. Corvette or Camaro. That wing makes it really hard for me to see the back of it. Corvette. Right side of the racetrack, the Kuhn machine. Keith Kuhn in the Thunderbird, Nebraska-based racer. Again, Fine Line, Madcap, Top, Dragster, Comp, and you can start poking your heads out of the trailers. And Kuhn draws the 8 red. Larson going to move on. The Farmer from Minnesota going to go 87-1. Keith goes 86-1. Richard Court, right side of the racetrack in the Daytona. And Heidi Robeson, Corvette Roadster left side. Well, Robeson's car just seems like it's working fantastic. Doesn't move, doesn't bobble, right down every time. And the young lady, going to see what she's got for Richard, the Colorado-based Dodge, on the right side. And a red light start here for Court, 004 red. They're getting after the tree this morning. Robeson will get the freebie on the left side of the racetrack and stop the clocks 9:86.6. Court goes 84.4. Dan Gilgosh warming up the tires on the right side. And Tim Moore on the left side in the Cavalier. Comp Eliminator will take you on the left side. Comp Eliminator, we will take you on the left side. Top Sportsman, this is your warning. Top Sportsman, you're on standby. Fine Line, Madcap, Top Dragster, and Comp Eliminator, you should be in the lanes. And the win light going to go down to Moore. How about 005, dead 5 to be 10 total. Gilgosh was 11 up front and got locked out. That is rough. 11 light, and you got no shot. Moore, 5 dead 5, moving on to the next round. Good lap. To Jay Hooper, right side in the Monza, and Scott McMaster's left side in the 69 Camaro. Hooper rolls and turns both bulbs on, so we'll back him up. Well, I'm going to tell you what, Hooper's been fighting something in the converter. He sets the trans brake and the car just gets to rocking. He's been able to manage it for the most part, but I think that one caught him off guard. And McMasters breaks it out by 47 1/1000ths of a second. Hooper, 264 and 17 above, moving on to the next round. McMasters going to want to hide the time slip on that one. Randy Nygaard, Team Ethanol Cavalier, and on the left side of the racetrack, that is Mark McMasters. Mark from Owatonna, Minnesota, Nygaard from Watertown, South Dakota. We get a lot of South Dakota racers here, and they're from Mitchell or Watertown. I don't know if there's any other towns in South Dakota. 4-1,000, separate him off the starting line. McMasters giving chase. Can he get around the corn machine? Yes. Well, technically no, but yes. 988.8, double breakout gets the win. Runner-up time for Nygaard, 986.6. It's early in the eliminations, but Chris Whitfield still has a chance for the double up. He's going into round 3 Super Comp, trying to get into round 3 Super Gas. Standing in his way here will be the Corvette of Jesse Smith. Be a good race here. .006 light up front, Whitfield in control. Double breakout and gets the win, and Whitfield almost had a little oopsie as well, but Jesse Smith followed him across the stripe to break it out by more. Whitfield 006, take 38 to break it out 26. Smith was 55 and 37 thousandths under. Jesse needed to get further behind to get the win light there. Dennis White coming up on the right side. The Camaro. Car is for sale. At least it was last weekend. Maybe he had a change of heart. Car was running pretty good at the National Open. Left side of the racetrack, the Pontiac Firebird of James Costello, Carlinville, Illinois. Front row. Dennis White missed the tree, and the win goes to White anyway. White, 192 and 8 above gets the win as Costello was 39 and broke it out by 2 100ths. I needed to tighten the gap up a little bit there and breaks it out. Dennis White will move on to round number 3. Donnie Durenberger, left side of the racetrack, and Ryan Fangmann. While Ryan Fangmann does not have any racing accolades to speak of, he did mention on his tech card that he was the line leader in kindergarten. And that's something he'll never forget. It was the greatest week of his life. Durenberger, on the other hand, lots of Wallies on his wall, including 2 from St. Louis when he won motorcycle and super street. Durenberger going to leave first. As the motorcycles go down side by side, Fangmann in control, 009, and he'll go 9 above to take 11. Runner-up time, Durenberger missed the tree just a bit, 56 at the let-go, and Fangmann will advance. David Primrose coming up left side, Craig Fannensteel on the right. This should be a good race. Couple of excellent Sportsman motorcycle racers. And no quit. Fannensteel, 882, 842 the dial for Primrose, 2 of the faster motorcycles today. And we've got a perfect light on board. Let's see if it's enough to get a win. They're going through the gears. Fannensteel looking over. It looks like Primrose is on him, though, and he is. Primrose 20 and 4 above gets the win. Fannensteel was trip zip, but the bike wouldn't run the number. Goes 892 on the 882 and cost him the race. Sean Schnothorst, left side, the Evil Knievel themed machine, 985. What he says it's going to go. And Mike Voss, St. Paul, Minnesota racer, 909 dialed in. Competition Eliminator, we will take you to the lanes. Top Sportsman, we will take you to the lanes. Win line here, going to go down to Sean, 26 and 4 above. Runner-up time, Voss missed the tree and couldn't get it done. So your 2024 Race of Champions and World Champion winner, that is the World Champion in Summit ET Motorcycle right side, that is Jimmy Paulson. Gordon Fangmeyer won the main super motorcycle class at the ET Finals and represented us. Both these racers went with us to Vegas to battle against the best racers in the world, and Paulson came out with the championship. This is going to be a good race here. Fangmeyer from Nebraska, Paulson from Minnesota. These two have squared off many a time. Let's see who's going to get the win this round. 5-1,000 separate them up front. They're looking over. Paulson looking back. And problems for Fangmeyer. As the bike slows past the 8th mile, Paulson will coast across the finish line to a 9:06 to get the win. And here we go with our junior dragsters. Once again, Comp Eliminator, and Circus Motorsports Top Sportsman. Need you to the lanes, please. Comp Eliminator and Circus Motorsports Top Sportsman, I need you to the staging lanes now. Win line here, going to go to Sidney Jones, 8:04, dead on with a 7. Top Dragster, find your dance partner and come on down the hill. Top Dragster, find your dance partner and head this way. Circus Motorsports Top Sportsman and Comp Eliminator, you should be in the lane. Circus Motorsports Top Sportsman and Comp Eliminator, you should be in the lanes. Crew Spear left side, Melanie Castle right side. And the win line goes to Crew Spear, 12:10. Runner-up time for Melanie Castle, had the better reaction time, but broke out by 29 one-thousandths of a second. This will be the bye-run for Eliza. All right, going to do a little track preparation here. Put some stick 'em on the racetrack, getting ready to go with top, comp, and top. This will finish out this sessions, and you know what happens then? We go back to the front. So Super Street and Stock be making your final preparations. Super Street and Stock be making your final preparations. Calls will be going out in the next 10-ish minutes. Try to give you guys some lead time so you're not caught off guard. Super Street and Stock be making your final preparations as we will cycle through this one and go right back to the top of the order. And Super Street's batting a lead off. It's the unmistakable lope of a blown top dragster. Here we go. Tony Frazier and Kendra Larson. Kendra, Minnesota-based racer on the right side. Kendra Larson on the right side, 7 flat, the dial in for the young lady, and Tony Frazier. Frazier racing blown dragster, qualified number 12 at a 652. He's got a 655 on it now. Kendra qualified number 18 at a 701, and she's got a 7 flat. She thinks this is the best conditions of the weekend. Let's see what happens. Things have definitely been trending quicker this morning for most racers. Five 1,000 separate them up front. Got us a drag race, and the win light going to go to Frazier. 19 dead 5. Frazier 24 total. Larson was 24 up front, needed to go dead 0 and went 2 above. Tony Frazier moving on to the quarterfinals with his 24 thousandths package. And we're off. Here in Fine Line Madcap Top Dragster. Once again, Circus Motorsports, Top Sportsman, and Comp. You should be in the lanes. Final call. Top Sportsman and Comp. Final call. Llewellyn had a little bit of trouble finding reverse, but he does indeed get the car moving in a, well, spoke too soon. Nope, we're back. So Llewellyn getting his machine backed up. 634, what he says it's going to go, and Matt Kreft on the right side. Council Bluffs-based runner. 624, what he says it's going to go. Position in the pits. Round 3, Super Street will take you to the lanes. Round 3, Super Street will take you to the lanes, please. Round 3, Super Street. Matt Kraft with 19 thousandths advantage up front. And the win light, double breakout, big breakouts. Kraft goes 600ths under. And Flewelling goes 800ths under. All right, guys. We have found a phone. We have found a phone that was left on the starting line. If it is your phone, I will give it back to you. Next up, we got Nick Gilbertson in the front engine dragster right side, $6.99 dialed in, and your number 1 qualifier and Speedy Car Wash bonus winner, Les Feist. Super Street, round 3 to the lanes, please. Super Street, round 3 to the lanes. Win line going to go to Feist. 604. Woo! It's got one of the dragsters that pulled up down to the top end with a little bit of oil on the intake, so we're going to check the racetrack, make sure it's good. Les Feist gets the win. Flirting with disaster, though. That 604 is fine, but 599.9 would have ended his day. So once again, don't believe there's anything on the racetrack, but better safe than sorry. So we're just going to make sure everything on the track is tip-top before we send the next pair of 200-plus mile-per-hour machines. Super Street will take you to the right side for round 3, please. Super Street will take you to the right side for round 3. Stock, you're on standby. And guys, just don't undress yet. I think we're going to get the green light here in just a moment. All right, looks like we've got the all clear signal from the top end. Quad is heading off, and we are back to racing. If we could do, everybody is solid, just keep all the liquid inside your engines. Please and thank you. That's where we prefer your liquid to stay. Once again, Super Street, take you to the right side, please. Super Street will take you to the right side. Top Sportsman, come on down. Top Sportsman, come on down. All right, up next, we got Kevin Burnett in the Hemi machine, left side from Colorado, and Brad Green, Davenport, Iowa racer. Whoa, 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 whoa. Giant wheel stand for Brad Green and Burnett with smoke. Well, we were doing so good. Brad Green absolutely stands the car up. That is not what you want to see in a dragster. And we're going to be checking everything here. Brad has stopped it on the racetrack as he goes sky high. That was a ride, wild ride for Mr. Green. He's A-OK. The car is A-OK. There's no liquid on the racetrack on either side, and we're ready to go. All right, we are back to racing action here. Left side of the racetrack, Bill Black, Lloyd McClure on the right side. Once again, Super Street needs you to the right side. Stock will take you to the left side. Stock, round 4. We will take you to the left side of the staging lanes, please. Stock, round 4. Three 1,000, separate him up front. Lloyd trying to drive around Bill, top end, not going to get there, but will get the win as Black took 208 to break it out 3. Needed to take 205 or less. McClure, looks like the nitrous didn't kick in right away, and he was 2/10 off the pace, but his win light's on, and he will move to round number 3. Trevor Larson, left side, and the right trailer's entry from Starbuck, Minnesota. The RKR Motorsports machine. This should be a good race. Rang's on a pass. Yeah, too much of a pass. Larson goes 003 and 3 above to be 39 total. Rang got locked out 50 on the light and then goes 606 at 220. All right. Report of transmission fluid at the top end. So now we're going to check this out. Boy, Top Dragster is struggling to keep their liquids contained. Hopefully nothing on the racetrack, but we're going to double check. So we're going to check the track real quick. Had a trail of something coming around the corner down there. All right, guys, right around the corner down there, there's just about 50 feet of transmission fluid that we need to get tidied up. This will just take a few minutes. So stand by for just a few minutes, guys. We got a quick powder on the top end, and we'll be back to racing. So a quick cleanup around the top end as top dragster. It's been a liquid exodus couple of rounds here in top dragster. All right, guys, going to make a couple of passes on the top end with the blower, and we're going to be back to racing. So, drivers, stand by. Get the high sign from the top end. Here we go. All right, we'll burn them out and try them again. Mark Graham draws the 002 red light, and Mike Nimitz going to get the win. Nimitz down the left side to a 620. Graham, 002 red and 2 above. So Nimitz will move on, and we'll move on to comp. Remember where I was here. Top Sportsman is paired. Super Street is in the lanes and getting paired, and Stock, you should be in the lanes getting paired. Super Street and Stock. Pat Nahan, right side, your #1 qualifier. And Christine Harris Samuel, the school psychologist from Littleton, Colorado. Harris Samuel and Pat Nahan. Comp Eliminator, H altered, and the E Dragster. And Christine goes 002 red, so Pat Nahan will move on. And abort after the 8th mile to go 781, 899 for Christine as she rolls out of the throttle. Next up, going to be Scott Chamness and Greg Camplain. Chamness on the right side of the racetrack, 723 index. And Greg Camplain left side, 756. All drivers are clean coming into round 2. Nobody's taking any hits. Winner of this round gets a 2-for-1 and gets a bye to the final. So a big run here as Nahan and Harris, your 1 and 2 qualifiers, are going to square off in round 2. Got a race here. Chamness trying to get around Camplain. Doesn't look like he's going to get there. 706 for Camplain, and he managed to squeak through clean. 49 under. Chamness 690, 33 under. And Greg Camplain will get a bye to the finals. Harris lost fire. Gets her fired back up. Just gotta stage it up, Matt. You don't have to make the pass, but you gotta stage it up. All right. I see Super Street paired. I see Top Sportsman paired. I see Stock in the back of the lane. Super Comp will take you to the right side. Super Comp, we will take you to the right side, please. Harris 22 on the leave. And cuts it off about 1,000 foot to go 785. And here we go with Circus Motorsports Top Sportsman. Top Sportsman, Cale Davis on the right side, David Scott on the left side. Cale Davis, 751 dialed in. David Scott, 712. Again, Super Comp will take you to the right side for pairing, please. Super Comp, we will take you to the right side for pairing, please. Super Comp. Cale Davis out in front. Here comes Dave. Down to the top end. Win light going to go to Scott. 43, 2 above 7 gets the win. Davis was 13, takes 79 to break it out 12. Needed to take 67 or less. Davis didn't tighten the gap up quick enough, and David Scott will move on, the Henderson, Colorado-based racer. Steve Yeager coming up on the left side, and Josh Van Deventer on the right. Van Deventer, the big block nitrous-assisted machine. I believe Yeager using nitrous as well, as Van Deventer purges the juice. Steve Yeager and Josh Van Deventer. Van Deventer going to leave first. Uh-oh, and problems for Yeager. Let's see if Van Deventer looks over. He doesn't. Oh, yeah, he does. He gets the win, 7:27, as he rolled out of the throttle as something goes away on the Yeager machine. Looks like it rattled the tire just a bit. Looks like something he could have driven through, but it lost power. And we'll bring the next pair up as soon as Yeager clears. Going to be Dennis Dowson and Robert River. River, 699 dialed in on the right way side of the racetrack, and Dennis Dowson, your number one qualifier, dialed in at a 633. Again, Super Comp, need you to the lanes, please. Super Comp, stock, you should be there. Super Comp to the lanes. Super Stock on standby. We're rolling through them now, boys and girls. Robert River. Robert River in the former Pro Stock machine, and Dennis Dowson, your number one qualifier in the blown car. Here comes Dennis. And he breaks it out. Winlight River, 693, double breakouts. And River moves on. Got a bit of a traffic jam down the corner down there. We're getting some cars moved out of the way. Sitting the Nini right side. Austin Moore left side. Again, Super Comp to the lane, Super Stock on standby. Red light start for Moore, and then Nini 005 on the let go. And Nini will go down to a 707, 714 on the red light start. And our final pair of top sportsmen, John Gosh and Dan Shea. Gosh, that's a big burnout. Dan Shea, left side, the Minnesota-based racer. Anoka, Minnesota, and John Gosh, also from Minnesota. 704, 717, the dials. Winner advances to the quarterfinals. And somebody was a little later than the other somebody. 008 light up front, but a win light goes to Gosh. 161 on the tree, goes 7029 on the 704. Shea 008 on the lead. Took 154 to break it out 12. Needed to take 142 or less. And John Gosh will move on to the quarterfinals. Shea's day comes to an end. All right, I see Super Street. Months, August. Brad Frederick left side, John Hellman on the right. Round 3, Super Street. And a 006 red light start for Hellman. Brad Frederick and his Immaculate Vibes Falcon will make their way to the top end of the racetrack with the win. 1088. Runner-up time, 1093. 30 and 32 the reaction times. James Wilson's right side, Greg Pickens left side. It's anybody's drag race as they head to the quarter mile. Pickens doing the chasing now, and Pickens doing the winning. 002 the difference up front, 002 the difference on the back. 10:93.3 gets it done for Greg. Runner-up time for Wilson. Got on the wrong side of a close race, 10:93.7. Here's Christopher Takix and Valerie Chitty. Chitty in the late model Camaro right side. Chris Takix, Thunder Bay, Ontario racer in the second-gen Camaro on the left. Both drivers had good weekends here at the National Open, and obviously things going well to start this weekend. 1/1000th difference up front. Once again, anybody's race. Who's going to run the number? It'll be Valerie as Takix slows well off the pace to an 11:13. Valerie goes 11:03, coasting across the finish line for the win. Not sure what went wrong with Takix's machine. Mile an hour was good, but the ET was not there. Superstock, we will take you to the lanes, please. Superstock, we will take you to the lanes, please. One 1/100th the difference off the starting line. Ryan Locke and Jason Hennessy. The Chevrolets make their way down track. Win light here, gonna go to Locke. 13, give up the stripe to be 2 above 5. Hennessy broke it out 13 thou, taking 28. Needed to take 15 or less. Locke had the advantage up front and moves on into the quarterfinals. Dan Smith, the Camaro right side. Bradley Schultz, the grocery getter, Nova Wagon on the left side. Once again, Superstock, we will take you to the lanes, please. Superstock, we will take you to the lanes for round 3. Super Gas, you're on standby. Super Gas, you're on standby. The D3 runner on the left side of the racetrack. Out of Brillion, Wisconsin, and Dan Smith from Buffalo, Minnesota. In the Camaro, Dan was perfect on the tree in round 2. And he's 003 here. Got it locked and loaded on the Christmas tree. Schultz turns at 10 red. Smith will advance into round 4. 22 thou under. Probably right where he wants to be. 003 and 200ths under the number. Schultz, 1087 after the red light start. Terry Robinson, Springdale, Arkansas-based racer in the Nova, multi-time Division 5 Super Street champion. And Emily Novak, the college professor. Second-generation Camaro on the right side, local Tri-State Raceway competitor. Should be a good race here. Robinson always tough. Novak on her home turf, and she's 004 red. Robinson going to get the win light. 16 on the let go. And goes 10:91.9. Emily 004 red and 2 above 5. Would have been a good race if she'd have been 004 green. That one would have been tight. Unfortunately, left just on the wrong side of the green light. And that will conclude Super Street Stock, getting ready to roll around the corner as we move into round 4. Super Stock, you are heading to the staging lane. Super Gas, you're on standby. Dragsters, you are on standby. Junior Dragsters, you are on standby. Motorcycles, you will not run this round as you are down to semis already. Motorcycles, you will not run this round. We will save you for the next one. Junior Dragsters, you will run this round. So Super Stock to the lanes. Super Gas on standby. Junior Dragsters on standby. Troy Vogel coming up right side, and the Pontiac GTO 1130 dialed in, and John Corrish left side, the A-Stick Copo. This is round 4 stock. Vogel going to leave first. Get about two and a half lights. Good close drag race off the starting line. About 1,000 separate the racers in the win line. Going to go down to Vogel. 40, dead 5, take 13, and lock out Corrish, who was 47 and 1 above 1. Vogel will advance. Krista Finner, 1065, the dial in on the B-Stick Nova right side, and Drew Whalen, the Firebird left side, 1044 on the dial. Again, super stock to the lanes, please. Super stock. Wheels up, Finner out in front. Whalen's got his work cut out for him. Finner will get it 14, 4 above, winning time. Runner-up time, Whalen missed the tree, goes dead on with a 1. Unfortunately, his reaction time started with a 1 as well. James Holston Jr. in the GTO. Five 1,000s difference off the starting line. Tolston trying to hold off the charge of Michael Lund, and the win light going to go to Lund. 1043 as he gives up the stripe. Tolston took 84 to break it out 49. Needed to take 35 or less. Lund 55 and dropped anchor to be 3 above and get the win. It's Chris Knudsen left side in the stick shift Camaro, and Logan Warnett coming up in the Belvedere. .32-37 the reaction times. Knudsen trying to get around Warnett on the top end. And the win light going to go to Warnett. 37, dead 9. Runner-up time, Knudsen, 32 and 4 above. And Warnett will move his Plymouth into the next round. David Bears, Hearst Oldsmobile right side of the racetrack. 1082 dialed in, left side, Bruce Castle. Castle Racing Cougar. 1125, what he says it's going to run. Super Gas, you can start heading back to the staging lanes, please. Super Gas, we will take you to the lanes, please, for round number 3, Super Gas. About 34,000, 35,000 separate them up front. The Cougar trying to get around the Oldsmobile on the top end, and the win light will go to Castle. 31, 1 above 4. Locked out Bears, who was 66 and 400ths under to get it close. Here we go with Super Comp. Going to start with the Byron. It's going to be Chris Whitfield. Chris Whitfield, your Byron car this round from Highland Ranch, Colorado, the owner of Dialed In Details. The Go Fast Energy Machine gets a single run. Super Stock, you should be there. Super Gas, you should be on the way. Super Gas, need you to the lanes, please. Junior Dragsters, we will take you to lane 1. Junior Dragsters, we will take you to lane 1. Ten up front for Whitfield. And he'll stop the clocks 8:82. He was holding a dozen last time. Now he's only holding 8. All right, here we go with the first pair. Jeremy Lurkey, the Reith Motorsports Insurance Machine. If you need some good on-track or off-track coverage for your hot rod, go see Carrie and Jeremy. And Mark Meyer, left side of the racetrack. $21 and $24, the reaction times for 1,000s. Who's it going to be? Winlight, take it down to Meyer. How about 25, dead 0. Runner-up time, Lurkey, 21 and off the pace on the top end to an 8:95. Couldn't run the number, so Meyer will move on to the quarterfinals. Here's Corbin Kyrola on the right side of the racetrack and Jordan Pratt, two good young racers. And Corbin Kyrola was trying to stage the car and rolled the beams, and his weekend will come to an unfortunate end. And Jordan Pratt, 890 dead on with a 5. Tough break for Corbin, whose trans brake didn't hold. We've seen that happen quite a bit this weekend. Next up, John Medlin on the right side, Craig Schultz on the left side. Red light start for Craig Schultz, so John Medlin will advance. Medlin going to go down to an 889. Schultz goes 890, dead 8, but left early, met the bulb. Here's Carla Pontillo. Identical reaction times. Jeff Stevens, Carla Pontillo, they're not the best reaction times, but they are winning reaction times for Stevens. 56, dead 6. Carla, 56, dead 9. That's easy math. Difference in the race, 3/1000ths of a second. And Jeff Stevens will move on. Next up, Travis Nygaard, the FCT machine. And Tony Pontillo just watched his wife Carla come up a few thousand short. He will try to exact revenge through Travis Nygaard. Final call, Supergas. Need you to the lanes, please. Final call, Supergas. Need you to the lanes. Junior Dragsters. We'll take you, Junior Dragsters. Need you to the lanes, Junior Dragsters. 004, 018, the reaction times. Nygaard out in front. He's 004 off the let go and dead 5 to be 9 total. Pontillo was locked out, 18 and 3 above on the brakes. Nygaard, a 9-pack to advance to the quarterfinals. Salty. Quick starting line touch up here as we bring down Super Stock, followed by Super Gas and Junior Dragsters. And you know what that means. Top Dragster, be making your final preparations. I know it's been a relatively quick turn, but do need to get you down the racetrack again. Top Dragster and Top Sportsman, be on standby. Competition Eliminator, we will skip you for a few classes and add you back in. 21 and 35. Winlight going to go down to Wood Darzik. 21, 2 above 5. Take 11. Good lap. Covisto is 35 and 2 above 2. And that is a fantastic drag race. Five 1,000ths difference up front. 011, 016. Jamison and Graham down to the big end they go. Winlight give it to Graham, 16 and 6 above. Jamison took 84 to break it out 14. Needed to take 70 or less. Here we go, Jay Randall and Russ Kramer. Wheels up for Kramer, wheels up for Randall. 015, 028 the reaction time. Is going to be another good one. Can the Copo get around the Belvedere on the top end? No. Kramer, 15, dead 8 to be 23 total, and a lockout Randall who let go 28 on the tree and had no room. Russ Kramer puts together a good lap and moves on. Chuck Rose, right side of the racetrack in the Sebring. 1016 dialed in, left side. Gene Mosbeck. Mosbeck's got a 1011 dialed in on his Mopar. Minnesota-based racer left side. Chuck Rose out of Sioux City, Nebraska. And it's getting tight here in Superstock. 1/1000th the difference off the starting line. They're door handle to door handle at the big end. Give the win light to Gene. 44, break it out 2 thou. Runner-up time for Rose. 45, take 25 to break it out 28. Chuck needed to get behind, and the win goes to Mosbeck. Fred Bortoli, the Altronics Firebird left side. 991 dialed in. And the Lund machine on the right side. 993 the dial in. Bartoli took out one of the Lund family members earlier. He's going to try it again here as Michael stages the car on the right side. Michael's going to have to hustle. Bartoli running through the Lund family like a hot knife through butter. 17 dead 4. 21 total. And Michael Lund can't avenge the loss from earlier for the family. It goes 995 a little later off the starting line, and it cost him the race. Byron will be Jason DeForest. Jason was your winner, one of your winners in the Stock Superstock combo last weekend of the National Open in the 3rd Gen Camaro. And he goes 005 on the buy run. You're not supposed to waste the good ones, Jason. And he'll lift to go 955. Top Dragster and Top Sportsman. I know it's been a relatively quick turn, but I will take you back to the staging lanes, please. Fine Line Madcap Top Dragster, you'll be out first. Circus Motorsports Top Sportsman, you will be next. Comp Eliminator. You will run at 11:45 a.m. Comp Eliminator, you will run semifinals at 11:45 a.m. Motorcycles, we will pick you up again probably after super comp or something. We'll see how goes it. Once again, competition eliminator. We will run you at 11:45. Be in the lanes and suited up at that time. Comp eliminator 11:45. Top dragster, top sportsman. Time to turn them around and head back to the staging lanes. A little over 300 separate them here. Daniel Moore going to have to hustle. Larry Bernshausen out in front, and the Vega wagon breaks it out. Win light goes to Moore, 64, dead 4. Bernshausen, 28, takes 74 to break it out, 34. Needed to take 40 or less. Couldn't close the gap, and the win light will go to Moore. This should be a good race here. A couple of beautiful Corvette Roadsters. Heidi Robeson right side and Trevor Larson left side. Trevor, former world champion last year. He was rocking the #1 on the side of the Super Gas Roadster. Heidi Robeson, always tough, and both of these cars have been working brilliantly all week. Oh, well, that is the announcer's curse, as Trevor Larson, I think, might have tried to give it some gas before the trans brake was set, and away he goes. Heidi Robeson, 985 to move her on to the quarterfinals. Trevor Larson, his day is done in Super Gas, but he is still entered in Top Dragster, so we'll see him again. Don Freese coming up in the Chevy 2 left side, and Dale Evans in that beautiful Camaro Roadster right side. Evans out of Minnesota, Freeze out of Nebraska, and we're away green. Evans going to be doing the chasing as the throttle stops come off, and Evans is going to have to hustle. He's going to have to hustle, and he's not going to hustle quite enough. Winlight Freeze got locked out. Freeze goes 14, one above 6 to be 30 total, and Evans was 34 at the hit. Next up, we've got Dennis White and Mark McMasters. Double 05, 036. Somebody's got a disadvantage to overcome, and the win light will go to that overcomer. 36, 2 above 1. Dennis White was 005, take 99 to break it out 47. Needed to take 42 or less, and McMasters will move on as White takes too much stripe. Tim Walker on the left side in the Cavalier. And Danny Toole right side in the Ford Mustang Roadster. Once again, Top Dragster and Top Sportsman will take you to the staging lanes, please. Top Dragster and Top Sportsman. And a 006 red light start for Toole. Tim Moore is 002 green. $988 your winning time, 002 and 13 thou under. Here's Roger Sauter and Jeff Crooks. Up 400, separate them. Cooks is in trouble. He's going to have to steal one, and he can't. Winlight, Sauter, 21, 2 above, 41 total, take 007. He locked out Jeff. Final pair are going to be Chris Whitfield and TJ Hooper. Hooper from Idaho in the Monza, Whitfield from Colorado in the Roadster. Chris Whitfield, the only racer left in 2 categories, I believe. That's unofficial. He's still going in Super Comp. Let's see if he can continue the trend in Super Gas. Throttle stops come off, and it will be Whitfield chasing it down the Monza. And he'll get the win as the Monza goes well under the index, and Whitfield never got there. 985 gets the win as Hooper breaks it out by 1800ths. Appreciate Top Dragster making the turn quickly. I know Top Sportsman's a little quicker for you guys. Once again, Comp Eliminator, you will run at 11:45. You're a round behind. Junior Dragsters, you will be coming out next. You should be in the lanes and ready, Junior Dragsters. Okay, waiting on one junior. Looks like Dad just went down the racetrack, so we will give them a minute to get back to the staging lanes. Super Street and Stock, it's going to be your time soon, so cool them and get them ready to go. Not calling you yet, but be on standby, Stock and Super Street. Chris Whit. Oh no, that's the last one. That's not Chris Whitfield. If he's driving a junior, I'm calling shenanigans. That is Crew Spear left side, Landon Cook on the right. The Motion Raceworks entry on the right side. Crew Spear with Brett and Riley looking on. And away goes Crew. And here comes Lando. Lando gets out of the throttle just in time to go 892. Spear goes 1210. Sportsman Motorcycle, when you're ready, you can head down the hill. Sportsman Motorcycle. So I got our top dragsters here waiting on a few more top sportsman cars on the quick turn. Appreciate you boys and girls hustling. Motorcycles, if you're ready, you can roll down the hill. Stock and Super Street and Stock, I guess I should say, be on standby. All right, Fine Line Madcap Top Dragster quarterfinal round coming up. Super Street, we will take you to the lanes for round 4. Super Street, we will take you to the lanes for round 4. Super Street, come on down. Trevor Larson going to make the single pass here in the right trailer's machine. Larson gets rid of the red light and goes down to a 7-11-8 on the 7-12. Again, we will take Super Street to the lanes. We will take Sportsman Motorcycle to the lanes. Here we go. Next pair up, going to be Les Feist coming up on the left side, your number 1 qualifier. And Tony Frazier on the right side. Les Feist, left side, 610 dialed in, will be giving up a 4/10 handicap to Tony Frazier. 652 the dial in for Frazier. Winner will join Trevor Larson in the semifinals. A red line start for Frazier, Les Feist. 608 gets the win. All right, everything good on the top end. Just wanted to check. Matt Kreft and Michael Nimitz. 620, 621 the dials. And Kreft will break it out. Win light Nimitz, 006, 4 above. Give up the stripe to Kreft, who broke it out 31 thousandths, taking 45. He had a little room, but not a ton. Nimitz will move on to the semifinals with Feist and Larson. $638 going to be the dial-in for Lloyd McClure. Kevin Burnett, $657. Stock Eliminator, we will take you to the lanes, please. Need Super Street and Stock Eliminator. Stock Eliminator, we will take you to the lanes. Super Street will take you as well. Down to the top end, Winlight going to go to the left side. That's Kevin Burnett, 6:59. Problems for Lloyd McClure. He slows a 10th, and it cost him the race. So Kevin Burnett, Les Feist, Trevor Larson, and Matt Kreft. No, excuse me, Mike Nimitz will move on to the semifinals. Here we go with Top Sportsman. Super Street and Stock. Need you to the lanes, please. Super Street and Stock. Need you to the lanes, please. Comp Eliminator, be making your final preparations, and you can pull out when you're ready. Comp Eliminator, when you're ready to go, you can pull out of the pit area and into the staging lanes. We'll run you here in the next 10-15 minutes as soon as you're ready. Comp Eliminator. There we go. Vincent Nannini on the right side and David Scott left side. This is quarterfinal round, Top Sportsman. Once again, Stock and Super Street, need you to the lanes, please. Stock and Super Street, need you to the lanes, please. Two 100, separate him up front. Vincent trying to get around him on the top end. Shoot drops and gets it done. 7:10. Runner-up time for David, 7:20, a little off the pace. And Nannini will move into the semifinals. Got one more pair and a Byron coming in Top Sportsman. Super Street and Stock are heading to the lane. Super Comp be on standby. It's going to start going quick, racers. Josh Van Deventer left side, going to make the solo run here. Will join Vincent Nannini in the semis. And Van Deventer goes 31 and 4th out under. Couple of big burnouts here for John Gosh and Robert River. Gosh on the left side. Says it's going to go 7 flat. River 694. Stage lights are on. Here we go. River takes a pretty deep bump into the stage beam. Let's see how that affects things. Both drivers a little late out of the gate. Gosh out by the wall, pulls it back in, but I think he might have lost some ET. And 697 gets the win for River as Gosh shook the tire a little bit and it moved him out left. He had to pedal it. Here we go with Sportsman Motorcycle. Final call Super Street, final call stock. If you're not in the lanes, you're late. Super Comp, we will take you to the lanes, please. Super Comp, we will take you to the lanes, please. Super Comp. Ryan Fangmann right side, Sean Schnothorst left side. Close off the starting line, anybody's race as they head down towards the finish. Winlight going to go to Sean. Dead on the dial with an 8. Fangmann got there first and broke out. Took 23 to break it out 21. He had a little tiny bit of room, but not much. And Sean will move on to the final to square off against one of these two racers, David Primrose and Jimmy Paulson. Your world champion gonna have to hustle. Paulson, 003 green and one above 3 to be 16 total. And Primrose will move on to the finals against Sean Schnothorst. Supercomp needs you to the lane. Supercomp needs you to the lane. Superstock, we will take you as well. Competition Eliminator, come on down. And here we go with Super Street, Terry Robinson, the Springdale, Arkansas Nova, and Valerie Chitty from right here in Iowa. Winner goes on to the semis. Great reaction times here, only 2,000 separate them. As they head down to the stripe, Winlight gonna go to Valerie, 10.94. Runner-up time, 10.95. Difference in the race, 18 thousandths. Robinson couldn't run the number, and Valerie gets it done as it looks like both cars slowed down a few hundredths. Ryan Locke right side, Brad Frederick left side. Locke out of Indianapolis, Indiana in the Camaro. And the Immaculate Vibes Falcon out of Nebraska. Four 1,000s difference here. Going to be another tight one. Who's going to run the number? On the brakes for Locke, and he gets behind and gets the win. 10.89.6 in the double breakout. Runner-up time for Frederick, 10.88.6. Locke didn't have the better reaction time, but he lights up the win light and moves on. Dan Smith right side, Greg Pickens left side. Should be a good race here. Pickens out of Nebraska. Smith from Buffalo, Minnesota. Five 1,000s our difference here. Got another tight race. Comp Eliminator, you should be in the lanes. I need Comp Eliminator. And the win light going to go down to Smith, 30, dead 9. Pickens, 35, take 26 to break it out 22. He had a tiny bit of room, only 4 thousandths. Supercomp, you should be heading this way. Competition Eliminator, you should be heading this way. And up next, we've got Stock. Again, Supercomp, Comp, need you to the lanes. Stock is coming out next. Come on down, racers. Need Comp Eliminator. Comp Eliminator, you will follow Stock. That will be followed by Super Comp, Super Stock, and Super Gas. So I got Comp Eliminator heading this way. They will follow Stock. Stock's heading down the hill. Racers, if you need any fuel, you better get it now. They're going to close in about 45 minutes if you need any fuel to finish. All right, here we go with Stock Eliminator. I see some Super Stock cars pulling up. I see some Comp cars pulling up. I see some Super Comp cars pulling up. Once again, I need Comp Eliminator. There's 2 of the lanes. I believe we're missing 1. Oh, no, they're back there. They were drawing a line. I couldn't see them. And Lund puts it on the bumper, 22 on the let go. And he's going to the semifinals. So Lund will square off against either Castle or Vogel, and the winner of this race will get a bye to the final. So this is a 2-for-1 and a big run between Finner and Warnett. Finner in the B-stick machine right side. 1064 dialed in, 1098 for Logan Warnett in the Mopar. The winner goes to the final. And they're off. Which one of these 2 racers is going to the final? It's going to be Warnett. 33, dead 1, take 008. Finner breaks it out to make it close, but she was locked out. And Warnett is going to the finals. Oh, and we got a heads up in quarterfinal round. A heads up in the quarters. 2 G-Stock automatics, Bruce Castle and Troy Vogel. First one to the finish line wins. Castle out-qualified him by a few hundredths. This should be a close one. And they leave pretty close. I think this is going to be a good one. Let's see who's got them turned up and ready to ride. Oh, man, Vogel's holding him off so far. Castle's charging, and Vogel will go 11:02 to get the win. Runner-up time, 11:05. Difference in the race, about 55 one-thousandths of a second. And Troy Vogel gets the win in the heads up and will go to the semifinals where he will square off against Mr. Lund as Logan Warnett will have the bye to the finals. Good drag race there, and that heads up. Vogel gets the job done. All right, next up is going to be Competition Eliminator. This is semifinal round comp, as I think we are down to semifinals in almost all categories. We have Super Comp and Super Stock and Super Gas left to get us down to semis or lower in everything. All right, so I believe Comp Eliminator coming out next. I believe it's going to be Nahan and Harris, and that's going to be our number 1 and number 2 qualifiers. Battling it out for an appearance in the finals, and everybody's clean right now. There has been no hits to the indexes yet today. Got a feeling that may change here in this semifinal matchup as Harris and Nahan capable of going 60+ under. All right, I see the Competition Eliminator cars heading down. Nahan and Harris. All right, it is time to go Comp Eliminator racing. Super Comp, Super Stock, you should be in the lanes, and Super Gas, we will take you. Super Gas, we will take you to the lanes, please. Super Gas, round 4, we will take you to the lanes. Super Gas. Here we go, Pat Nahan coming up in the former Frank Aragona machine, the E-Dragster. And Matt Harris, who told me yesterday he made his fastest pass ever on Friday in that car. So they're clean on the indexes. That's what they qualified with, an 829 and a 798. Harris went 62 under in qualifying. Nahan 64 under in qualifying. So this should be a very evenly matched race. I got a feeling Harris is going to need to leave on him. But we'll see. I'm sure they've both got him turned up and they're up on the wheel, as this should be a fantastic semifinal round matchup. Here in Comp Eliminator. The winner is going to square off against Greg Camplain, who is waiting behind them, watching and learning. Both drivers taking their time to find the pre-stage bulb, making sure everything is locked in and ready. Nahan will pre-stage first. Harris will be right behind him. Harris out of Nebraska. Nahan from Sartell, Minnesota. Looks like Nahan's going to turn the stage bulb on first. Harris is going to wait for him to make his move. Lights are on. Here we go. Harris going to leave first. Oh, close up front, 9/1000 separate them. It is about pushing the pedal to the floor. Somebody's taking a hit, and the win light goes to Harris. Harris goes 60 under. Nahan goes 59 under. Difference in the race, 0.26. Harris with a slight advantage up front and outran him by 100. So Matt Harris is going to take a big hit, but he will face Greg Camplain in the finals. So Camplain, your number 3 qualifier, who qualified 57 under, is going to go clean into the final, and that is going to make a very tough challenge for Matt Harris, who just took 9. All right, here we go with Super Comp, as we'll get Mr. Camplain back to the pit area and wait for the final in comp, Matt Harris and Greg Camplain. Super Gas, need you to the lanes, please. Super Gas, need you to the lanes, please. Come on down, Super Gas. It's going to be Chris Whitfield, left side. And the Meyer Racing Dragster on the right. Winner of this race will square off against the winner of the Nygaard-Stevens matchup, and the winner of Pratt-Medlin will get a bye to the final. So our final pair are going to be a 2-for-1. Again, Super Gas needs you to lane. Super Stock, you are lined up and ready. Thank you. And we've got a perfect reaction time on board. Will it be enough to get a win? Yes, Mark Meyer, trip zip, 3 above 2 to get the dub. Runner-up time, Whitfield, 3 above 9 on the brakes, but Whitfield was slightly later than he would wanted to be. He was 37 on the let go. Meyer dropped a perfect light to go to the semifinals. So Meyer will square off against one of these two racers, Travis Nygaard, the FCT entry on the right. Jeff Stevens, the green machine on the left. One of these two will take on Meyer. Double 02, 007, won a drag race. Down to the big end, win light, give it to Nygaard. 007, dead 1 to be 8 total. An 8-pack. Stevens was 002, 1 above 8 to be 20 total and 12 behind. So Nygaard packs up Stevens, 8 total, and will move into the semis to square off against Meyer. And the winner of this race will go to the finals. Jordan Pratt right side, and John Medlin left. This should be another great drag race. Pratt out of Minnesota, Medlin from Kansas. And Pratt turns it 2 red. Medlin advances, 12 thousandths up front. An 888.8 and an 882 or 888.2. That would have been a heck of a drag race. Pratt was 002 red, Medlin 12 green. And Medlin will get the bye run to the finals. Here we go with Superstock. And we've got a great race to start us off here. Tyler Wodarczyk and Jason DeForest. Your 24 Superstock points champion for Division 5 left side, and your 24 Jegs All-Stars representative on the right side. Jason DeForest, another Minnesota racer, and Wodarczyk out of Kansas. The third gens, doing battle. 943 the dial for DeForest, 1047 the dial for Wodarczyk. Another big race here. The winner of this race will automatically go to the finals. The winner of this one has the bye run in the semis. Russ Kramer, the Finner and Tubbs Plymouth, and Fred Bartoli, the Altronics Pontiac. Bartoli's got a 989 dialed in. 1025 for Kramer. All right, getting our Super Gas cars out there and ready. Chris Whitfield had to swap out of the Dragster and into the Super Gasser, so we'll give him obviously a few minutes. .009, 041 the reaction times. Win light goes to Kramer, 9 dead 6 to be 15 total. Take 009. Bartoli locked out, 41 and under, but it's Kramer, 009, take 009 to be dead on 6, and that is a lap. Kramer is going to the final. Next up, Gene Mosbeck, Englehart Performance Machine. The Plymouth Savoy, Superstock E-Automatic, 1011 the dial, Michael Graham. Casa Grande, Arizona racer in the Mustang, 1028. Mustang going to leave about half a light in front. And they're off. About 3-100. Separate them up front. The Ford out front. Here comes the Plymouth. Plymouth going to have to hustle. Win light going to go down to the Plymouth. 10-17 as Michael Graham falls off the pace on the top end. Graham was 18 up front, but goes 17 over the dial. Mossberg able to lift out of the throttle and coast across for the victory, taking 86. So Mossbeck and DeForest will square off in the semis, and Russ Kramer will get the freebie to the finals. And next up, it will be Super Gas. Looks like Chris Whitfield is on his way. Appreciate Chris hustling. Guys always making the calls, and we appreciate that. All right, racers, attention in the pits. If you are ready to run and you are in a semifinal, so this does not include juniors or motorcycles, we will run all finals together. Every other class, and not comp, every other class, if you are cool and ready, put your cars in the lanes and we will sort you out when you get here. This is the semifinal all call. If you are cool and ready, we will take you to the lanes, and as soon as we get a whole class here, we will run them. Comp, motorcycle, and junior dragsters, you will wait until we run all finals. Every other class, if you are cool and ready to race, please bring them to the staging lanes, and we will run you as you arrive, as we are officially, almost officially, down to the semifinals and everything. Just Super Gas left to go. Top Dragster and Top Sportsman, as soon as you can get yours cooled, I would like to run you next. I know you're still working on them, and I appreciate the hustle. But Top Dragster and Top Sportsman, I'd like to send your semifinals down next to give you the most amount of cooling time before the finals. Supergas going to start us off with Roger Sauter and the Hemi Cuda coming up right side, and Tim Walker, the Cavalier, on the left side. Sauter, Nebraska-based racer in the Cuda. Had a pretty good day. The crew's got the checkerboard overalls on, looking sharp, and they've been celebrating. Tim Walker's going to be a tough out, though. That Cavalier's been money in the last couple of rounds. Excuse me, I'm sorry, Tim Moore. I don't know why I said Walker. Tim Moore out of Leavenworth, Kansas. Roger Sauter out of Sidney, Nebraska. Roger taking his time getting in, lights the bulb, and we're off. Identical reaction times. Who's going to run closer to the 990? And the win goes to Moore by 1/1000th of a second. Tim, 23, 1 above 8. Roger, 23, 1 above 9. It doesn't get much closer than that. And Tim Moore gets the win by 1/1000th of a second. Next up, it'll be Mark McMasters on the right side and Daniel Moore on the left. And a red line start for Moore. He kicks it 6 red. McMasters is 8 green. So the man from Owatonna, Minnesota, in the early model Corvette Roadster will move on. 8, 1 above 1 to be 19 total. You have 3. There will be 4 in the semis of Super Gas. We have 1 pair and a bye run left. Don Freese is going to get the bye run, and we've got a great matchup heading down between Chris Whitfield and Heidi Robeson. Once again, the all call is out for semifinals that are ready to run. Top Dragster, Top Sportsman. The sooner you can get up here, the more time we can give you for the finals. So as soon as you get them turned around, cooled, and ready, we will take you to the lanes. So looks like Heidi Robeson going to come up on the right side of the racetrack. And Chris Whitfield on the left. This should be a great matchup. So Robeson, the advanced product design machine, and Chris Whitfield in the dialed-in details car. A win moves you to the semis. Yeah. 7-1,000 separate them. 10 and 17 the reaction times. And Chris Whitfield's going to get chased. Here comes Heidi in the high mile per hour Corvette Roadster, and she'll get the win. 17 dead 6 on the brakes. Runner-up time for Whitfield, 10. Take 23 to break it out, 10. Needed to take 13 or less. And Whitfield's day comes to an end back-to-back in the 4th round. And Robeson will move on to the semifinals along with Don Freese. Looks like Top Dragsters rolling back into the lanes for semifinals. Appreciate you. Top Sportsman right behind them. And then we'll take Super Street and stock. All right, see how Top Dragster's tuning up. See one Super Streeter already back out there. Valerie's ready. And Top Sportsman heading this way as we are rolling through semis and ready to roll into the finals shortly and crown some champions here at Tri-State Raceway. All right, top dragster semifinal round coming down the pipe. And top sportsman, we will take you to the lanes, please. Top sportsman, we will take you to the lanes, please. Les Feist says his car is going to go 610. He is yet to go above 610 in competition today. And Mike Nimitz, he says his is going to go 623. Winner will square off against Trevor Larson or Daniel Flewelling. Les is going to have to hustle. And the win light goes to Nimitz. 12-2 above 6. Gets the win by 11 thousandths. Feist dead on the dial with a 5. But he was a little late off the starting line and ended up 11 thousandths behind. Got locked out. And our final pair, Trevor Larson and Daniel Flewelling. So our starter Bobby down there noticing something coming out of the Burnett machine. Gonna look it over and see if he can give him the all clear. So Bobby gives Burnett the all clear. We will have a matchup here between Larson and Burnett. Here comes Burnett. And the win line going to go to Larson. 712, dead on with a 0. Burnett couldn't run the number. He was 005, but couldn't close the deal. And Larson parks it dead on with a 0. And we'll move on to the finals against Mike Nimitz. Good lap for Larson. See 36 total. Stock Eliminator, we will take you to the lanes, please. Stock Eliminator, we will take you to the lanes, please. All right, Super Street coming out next, followed by Top Sportsman. All right, see stock eliminator rolling up to the staging lane. Super Comp, we will take you. Super Comp, we will take you to the lanes, please. Super Comp. We are making some progress here, getting down to the finals. All right, Dan Smith going to get the bye to the final, and he's just going to stage and take the tree.
Taking him away.
And so Smith will move into the finals against Valerie Chitty or Ryan Locke. Valerie Chitty on the right side, Ryan Locke on the left side. Winner goes to the final against Dan Smith. The hometown racer of Valerie, Ryan out of Indianapolis. Valerie's made a lot of laps in that car in the last 2 weeks here. 17 thousandths difference off the starting line. Valerie trying to hold off the charge of the first gen. She has the advantage up front. and she has the win light by 5/10,000ths of a second. Valerie, 14, one above 8 to be 32 total. Ryan Locke, 31, dead 1 to be 32 total. It goes down to the smaller numbers. 5/10,000ths of a second separate the two racers, and Chitty will go to the final at her home track. This is going to be Vincent Nannini making the by run. He'll take a tree and back out. And we will have Josh Van Deventer and Robert River. So Nannini has punched his ticket to the final by staging the car. Once again, Super Comp, as soon as you're ready, I'll take you to the lane. Super Stock, as soon as you're ready, I'll take you to the lanes. Super Comp, Super Stock, we'll take you to the lanes as soon as you're ready. And here they come. River coming up right side, and Josh Van Deventer on the left. Robert River says the Pro Stock machine is going to go 694. Josh Van Deventer says the nitrous assisted Mustang is going to go 704. Got Super Comp in the lane, Stock in the lanes, Super Stock. As soon as you're ready, we'll take you, and then Super Gas behind them. That'll get us down to finals and everything. And River turns it red. Win light going to go to Van Deventer. He'll go to the finals against Nannini. And Van Deventer goes 7 flat. River goes 696 after the red light start. So our finalists set in Circus Motorsports Top Sportsman. Here comes Stock Eliminator. Troy Vogel, 11-11, dialed in on the GTO. On the right side of the racetrack, just won that G-Stock automatic heads up. And now he will square off against Michael Lund from Bettendorf, Iowa. A couple of Iowa racers, 10:38 to dial in. Be about a light and a half handicap. Wheels up for Lund, and we've got a good, close drag race as they head down to the top end. Win light gonna go to Vogel, dead on the dial with a 5, take 39. He had the better reaction time by 3 thousandths, and he gets the win. So Vogel is going to the finals against Logan Wernett. Wernett just going to break or stage the car and take the tree. And Wernett has earned his spot into the finals with that stage. I think if you hit it right about now. All right, Super Comp coming out next. That will be followed by Super Stock and Super Gas to get us down to finals in everything. Super Gas and Super Stock are heading this way. Yeah, Tyler. All right, see Super Stock heading to the lanes, and I see Super Comp coming down the hill. Travis Nygaard and Mark Meyer. Nygaard on the right side, Meyer on the left. Nygaard out of South Dakota, Meyer from right here in, well, close by in Illinois. Travis Nygaard and Mark Meyer. Winner advances to the final against John Medlin. For 1,000's difference up front, we've got a drag race. Who's going to run closer to the number? Give the win light to Meyer. Dead on the dial with a 9. 32 total. Runner-up time for Nygaard. 19, take 21 to break it out. 8 needed to take 13 or less. Good drag race, and Meyer is going to the finals against John Medlin. And it looks like Medlin's going to make a pass. All right, John Medlin going to stage up the car. Some announcer thought they saw liquid coming out of the car. Turns out, that's nothing. I don't know who the announcer was, but they can't throw Medlin off his game. He's 14. And he's going to make a full pull down the right side. Well, no, he's not. 1,000-foot pull. Goes 941. All right, 2 semifinals left, Superstock and Super Gas. And they are in the lanes and ready to go. All right, Super Gas and Super Stock present and accounted for. Drivers are getting suited up, and we are going to the finals. All right, here comes Super Stock. It's going to be Jason DeForest and Gene Mosbeck. And Russ Kramer going to get the bye to the final. He's going to watch the two battle it out and see who he's going to run. Super Gas coming down right behind him. So Jason DeForest on the left side, 9:43 the dial in. Right side of the racetrack, the Plymouth Savoy of Gene Mosbeck, dialing a 10-10. Be about a 1.5 light handicap. Mosbeck and DeForest. Couple of Minnesota racers. Mosbeck out of Finlayson, Minnesota. Jason out of Oak Grove. The Superstock E-Automatic and the GTG Automatic. DeForest has been on a heater out here at Tri-State between last weekend and this weekend. Mosbeck going to try to bring that to an end right here, right now. How about, oh no, 012 and 024, and DeForest has mechanical trouble. Mosbeck runs it out the back door, but if it ain't going to break out, you don't have to lift. Mosbeck going to move to the final. 12 and 3 above, and tough break for DeForest. DeForest was 24 at the hit, and then something goes away on the car. Not sure if it didn't go into high gear or something else internal. Either way, DeForest comes up short in the semis due to mechanical failure, and Russ Kramer just going to stage the car and move into the finals against Gene Mosbeck. We're going to have two big old Plymouths in the final of Superstock. The Belvedere and the Savoy. Be about 43,000 pounds of Detroit steel up there. So Kramer takes the tree and backs out and has earned his spot in the final. And our final semifinal is going to be Super Gas. Mark McMasters and Heidi Robeson, Tim Moore and Don Freese. And here we go with Super Gas. We will have one Roadster, and we will have one door car in the final of Super Gas. Now we just need to figure out which two it will be. Mark McMasters and Heidi Robeson going to start us off. Robeson will be on the right side of the racetrack, and McMasters on the left. Attention to the pits racers. If you are in a final and you are ready to race, put your cars in the staging lanes. Final round, all call. As soon as you're cool and ready, put them in the lanes, and we will run your final. All finalists to the lanes. It's the all call. What you've been waiting on. Final round. All categories. When you're cool and ready, put them in the lanes, and we will run you as you arrive. Robeson on the right side, the Kansas-based racer. Out of the Olathe area, or Lawrence area. Can't remember. Gardner, there it is. So closer to the Olathe side. McMaster's out of Owatonna, Minnesota. Both drivers missed the tree a little bit, but only 9,000 separate them as the throttle stops come off. Robeson trying to get it, and a double breakout. Robeson breaks it out 3 thou. McMaster's breaks it out by 2 thousandths. Difference in the race, 10 1,000ths of a second. And Mark McMasters is going to the final against one of these two racers. Tim Moore, the Cavalier on the right side. And Don Freese, the Chevy 2, based out of Nebraska on the left side. Both these drivers have been on the wheel today. One of them will square off against Mark McMasters in the final. We'll know who that's going to be in about 15 seconds. And we're away green. 100th off the starting line, and now it's Moore doing the chasing. And the win line going to go to Moore. 28, dead 8, take 5. 36 total for Moore. Freese is 18, 2 above 3 to be 41 total, and 5 thousandths behind at the stripe. So it'll be Tim Moore and Mark McMasters going to the final. And once again, racers, if you are in a final and you are ready to race, put your cars in the staging lanes and we will sort you out and run what's up here first. It's the all call. All finalists to the lanes, and we will run you when you get here as we get ready to tie a bow on the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series here at Tri-State Raceway and celebrate some champions. All finalists to the lanes. Again, all finalists, once you're cool and ready, we will take you to the staging lanes. All finalists, when you're cool and ready, we will take you to the staging lanes. All right, I see junior dragsters, I see motorcycles, I see half a super street, I think I see top dragster, I see comp. Well, we've got some cars rolling. Here we go. Sean Schnathorst, South Dakota Evil Knievel Machine, and David Primrose, the local Tri-State Raceway racer. He's won a lot of races here, but found out David Primrose has never won the divisional Wally here. And a 003 red light start for Primrose. So Sean will get the win, and Primrose's divisional Wally at his home track will elude him a little longer. Sean goes 993 for the win. Primrose 003 red, heartbreaker in the final. Next up is going to be our junior dragsters. Landon Cook and Eliza Curley. Menino, Illinois versus Eldridge, Iowa. And a red line start for Cook, so Eliza Curley going to get the win. Here in Junior Dragsters today, Landon Cook comes up a little bit short. 8:82 and an 8:33 your winning time. So congratulations, Eliza. Congratulations, Landon. Good day at the racetrack for both racers. Top Dragster. Fine line, Madcap, Top Dragster coming down next. Final round of Top Dragster going to look like this. Trevor Larson coming up left side in the right trailer's machine. And right side of the racetrack, Mike Nimitz. Nimitz, 625 dialed in, 712 for Larson. See our Super Street final out there. See our stock final out there. So we're just waiting on Super Comp, Super Stock, Super Gas, and Top Sportsman. So once again, racers, once you're cool and ready, put them back in the lanes for a final round. Nimitz stage first. Larson's in. 14 1,000s up front. Here comes Nimitz. Larson is 003 and one above one to be 14 total. A 14 pack for Larson, and he locked out Nimitz, who was 17. Take 9 to break it out 12. He was mathematically ineligible. So Trevor Larson, the right trailer's machine, takes the 14 pack to the win. Michael Nimitz, your runner-up in a great final round. Here we go with Comp Eliminator. Greg Camplain coming up in the Dragster. He's coming in clean. And Harris took 10 in order to beat Nahan last round. So Harris is going to have to get after the tree and hope the Grand Dam's got enough, because Camplain is going to be a tough out when you gave up 10 in the last round. There comes Super Comp. I see Super Gas heading this way. I believe I see one of the Super Stalkers heading up. And Top Sportsman, I see one. So we're getting all the finals up here. There comes Dan Shea. Top Sportsman present and accounted for. And it looks like Super Gas and Super Stock are going to close out the day. So Matt Harris out of Bellevue, Nebraska, left side, qualified number 2. Greg Camplain, the Illinois runner, qualified number 3. As we mentioned, Camplain's coming in clean, has taken no hits. Harris was clean going into last round, but took 10 to outrun Nahan in the semis. Harris, your Comp Eliminator West Central champion a year ago. See the 51 on the side of the car. Camplain is always tough. Greg and Judy campaign throughout Division 3, Division 4, Division 5. And they are tough to beat. Let's see who's going to take home the Wally and Competition Eliminator. And the winner of the Comp Bonus Fund. As we talked about, Harris is going to need to be up on the wheel, and he's going to try to go after the tree. He's going to want everything in his pocket that he can get off the starting line Lights are on. Harris going to lead first. Oh, and Harris does it. Harris puts almost 400s in his pocket. Does he have enough to outrun Champlain? He does not. Win light goes to Champlain, 694 as he goes 61 under. To get the win, Harris aborted the run down track as Champlain blew past him, and it was that hit in the semis that cost him. Here we go with Valerie Chitty on the right side. Hometown racetrack trying to get that Wally. Young lady's been driving the wheels off that Camaro. And left side, it's Dan Smith, a Minnesota-based racer in the early model machine. As we'll have a first gen and a fifth gen doing battle final in Super Street. They're staging quickly. They are ready. And we're away green. One of these drivers just posted their worst reaction time of the day, but there's two ends to the racetrack. Win light going to go to Valerie Chitty. The young lady posted her worst reaction time of the weekend. She's 0:39 and a double breakout as Smith took 60 to break it out 57. Valerie also broke it out, followed him across, but it was Smith who broke it out by more. So Valerie Chitty, your winner in Super Street. Dan Smith, your runner-up. Here's our final in-stock eliminator. The G-Stock automatic machine, the Pontiac GTO of Troy Vogel. Dialed in 1111. And Logan Wernett. On the left side, in the wheel-standing Belvedere. Logan also had a great weekend last weekend, and it's carried over to the Lucas event. Vogel had a quarterfinal round heads up that he squeezed out against Bruce Castle. And now it's Vogel and Warnett, the collision course to the final. Almost a heads-up race here. 1200s will separate the two cars off the starting line. Super Stock, need you to the lanes, please. Super Stock, and waiting on one Super Gas. As the drivers stage, Warnett taking his time. Better get in. .22 and 31 on the tree. We've got ourselves another good one. The Belvedere left side, the GTO right side, and the win light gonna go down to the Belvedere. How about 22 dead 4 for Logan Wernett to be 26 total. A 26 thousandths package for Logan Wernett. Vogel got locked out, 31 and 3 above, mathematically ineligible. So Logan Wernett, your winner in stock eliminator. Troy Vogel, your runner-up. Up next, it will be Super Comp, I believe. Or maybe Top Sportsman. As we've got 4 finals left. Super Comp and Top Sportsman are accounted for. Got half Super Gas and waiting on both Super Stockers. And we'll see who rolls down the hill next. So Mark Meyer and John Medlin, final in Super Comp coming out next. That'll be followed by Top Sportsman. So another home track representative, Mark Meyer, races the bracket series here, I believe along with his son, Dustin. And John Medlin, the runner out of Kansas, top dragster in Super Comp, his specialties. And we'll see who takes home the Wally here. Meyer in that throwback dragster. Got the small tires in the front, the big wing. I love it. Alcohol hat. So Medlin left, Meyer right. Gene Mosbach, Russ Kramer, and Mark McMaster. As soon as you're cool and ready, racers to the lanes. Meyer trying to get that hometown Wally, but he's got his work cut out for him. He missed it. Medlin, 008, 2 above 7 to get the win. As Meyer goes 888, but he missed the tree. And John Medlin gets the win in Super Comp. Mark Meyer, your runner-up. Here we go with Top Sportsman, Circus Motorsports Top Sportsman. The D3 runner, Vincent Nannini, coming up in the VRN Cutlass. And Josh Vandeventer in the Husker Power Products nitrous-assisted Ford Mustang. That is a good-looking Cutlass, man. She is clean. Always been a sucker for a Cutlass. 707 the dial-in for Vincent. He's going to get a slight head start from Josh Vandeventer in the Mustang. Remember when Josh brought this car out a couple years ago, was getting it dialed in, was riding a struggle bus for a while. The team has kept at it, and they have got themselves a hot rod. And there's our final pulling into the lanes. Mosbach and Kramer. Both nitrous-assisted machines. Give it the old psh, 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 psh. And here we go. Super Gas will follow these two, and Super Stock will finish the day in the big old Mopars. Three stage lights are on. Vandeventer bumping. Nannini going to let him stage first. And he'll pull in slowly. And Nannini moving out of the groove a little bit, gathers it back in, but it's Vandeventer with the huge advantage up front. Vandeventer 13 and 4 above gets the win. Nannini was 67 on the let go and then lifted at the top end and cut Josh loose. So Vandeventer, Josh, your winner in Circus Motorsports Top Sportsman. Vincent Nannini, your runner up. Coming down the hill next will be Super Gas. I was wrong. Superstock coming next. Russ Kramer, left side, the Finner and Tubbs machine. And Gene Mosbeck on the right side, the Englehart Performance machine. Couple of big old Plymouths. The Plymouth Savoy on the right side. And the Belvedere on the left. It is an all land yacht final. Pretty cool final round to see in Superstock, not gonna lie. Couple of Minnesota Plymouth owners doing battle. Probably raced many times before. This one for a Wally. 12 1,000s will separate them on the leave. Mosbeck with a slight advantage up front, and the win light to Mosbeck. 24, one above 9 to be 43 total. Kramer had room, took 13 to break it out 6, needed to take 7 or less, and the Plymouth did not disappoint. Gene Mosbeck, your winner in Superstock. Russ Kramer, your runner-up. And after a long 3 days, this is the final pair of hot rods right here. Tim Moore, the Cavalier in the right lane, and Mark McMasters, the Corvette Roadster on the left side. Our final. 11 1,000ths off the starting line, and the win line going to go to Moore. Got there first. Moore was 38, one above 6, take 11. McMasters 27, had the advantage up front, but 3 over on the top end wasn't enough. And Tim Moore out of Leavenworth, Kansas, your winner in Supergas. Mark McMasters, your runner-up. Racers, that concludes a stellar event here at Tri-State Raceway in Earlville. Thank you all so very much for a fantastic weekend, and we look forward to seeing you back here next time. We'll be back in September, and then we'll be in Brainerd for the double in August. Until then, you guys get a couple months off, a little summer break to start out the summer. Please have safe travels on your way home, and we look forward to seeing you next time. Until then, the clocks are closed.